morning, chat. Hope y'all are doing fantastic today. What are we working on today? So first thing is going to be getting rid of the sub animation player, because after all the testing yesterday, my final conclusion is just that it doesn't work. Yeah, I have no other conclusions I can come to. It seems like there's some sort of something weird going on with the interpolation when you call an animation from another animation. And I guess I never tried. We'll try that setting. That's the one setting I avoided yesterday because I'll be real, I don't entirely understand what that thing does. But we'll find out. Like, specifically, I don't really understand what that thing does when the interpolation mode is nearest. Logically, it shouldn't, in my mind, it shouldn't do anything. Anyway. So either that will magically fix everything, or I have a solution that'll absolutely 100% work. It's just going to be ugly. And assuming that doesn't take 3 to 4 hours, which I don't think it will, any remaining time, I want to have some fun with shaders today and look at full screen effects. Like, we looked a little bit at this idea of like a CRT shader yesterday. I have ideas for something cool, and I want to try some stuff. But before any of that, let's do our normal startup. Oh yeah, music. And still have not acquired Llama. It's very, very sad. What's not great is there's been the annual reset on the bonus Primogem stuff, like the first purchased bonuses. And so those are staring at me and I'm like, I know I shouldn't spend that money. I know I shouldn't. But I could get Deer Lady. Maybe I'll sell some of that stock that I've been sitting on. All for Deer Lady. Yeah, there's some stock I bought ages ago, and it would be a really bad idea to sell it right now. So I bought an ETF? Yes, ETF. I bought a bunch of shares of an ETF for Palladium. Because, you know, electric cars, smart cars, all that is just the new hotness. And then like a week after I bought a whole bunch of that, and this was ages ago. Like a week after that happened, all the electric cars started exploding when they got wet. So of course, the value of my stocks this was destroyed. It was the saddest day. And to this day, I'm still like at a 50% reduction on that. So like, it would be awful to sell. Man. But how was I supposed to know that palladium-based batteries and whatnot, assuming that's how that's used in those cars, I know very little about the technology. But how was I supposed to predict that if those cars get wet, they just go boom? But that's what happened. You know, that's one of those things when it comes to investing. Like, there's just always the possibility of something crazy happening. Something that no one could really predict. I mean, sure, maybe there was some indicator, but unless you're a crazy person who's like going to do intense amounts of research about anything you invest in, there's not a lot you can do. And from a practical stance, it's unless you're like investing tens of thousands, it's the likelihood of your research seriously impacting what the future of that stock does, or I shouldn't say it that way, of it impacting the likely, how to say this, the likelihood of it helping you properly invest is very low. Like, honestly, what I should have just done is looked up, particularly in the United States, just look up what my congressmen are investing in. Because Lord knows they have the inside scoop. It's like copy their investments. Why am I climbing this? I don't know. I felt like climbing something today. But, yep. I made a big mistake on that one. There were some other ones I made some good choices on, but that was definitely a bad one. I guess I'm not getting up there. I mean, it might be possible with one of the flying characters. Maybe. But much more reasonable is we can just go activate this world quest. But dude, investing is such a weird thing. Because, like, on the face of it, it's largely a speculative market. Or, like, as you study things like the stock market, and I'm going to specifically talk about the stock market when I say this, when you first start studying it, it's speculative. And then you study it a bit more, and you start going, oh, there's some influence that I can ascertain from researching the industry of various companies. And then it circles back around to being speculative, because you're just assuming what that information is going to lead to in the future for the stock values. And then, as you learn more, and you start learning about the influence from things like the federal legislation, it circles right back around to not speculative, but structured in such a way that unless you are a congressman, you are heavily disadvantaged in that market. And I would not be surprised if I then find out, like, after doing more research, it circles back around to speculative. Now, one area that is almost entirely speculative, and it, by its very nature, cannot be anything but, is cryptocurrency. And no, I am not one of those crypto bros. I don't have any ideas that there is some magic to making money in crypto. Outside of a few currencies, it's all just, you're rolling the dice. Will this crypto become more or less valuable than whatever currency you're going to turn it into at a later date? And there's really not much more to that. I played around with crypto at one point, like putting like $10 into crypto and did day trading with it, just as like a game. And yeah, there was absolutely nothing to learn from most of what I did there. The only conclusion I did come to is, if you find a new cryptocurrency and it has a sufficiently silly or meme-worthy name, within the first year of it existing, there is going to be a spike. I have no idea how long it'll be. I have no idea how much of a spike it's going to be in value. But it will happen. Some spike will occur. Because, inevitably, a bunch of people who know nothing about it, or a bunch of crypto bros, or someone is going to be going, ha, lol, I like that meme, I'm gonna buy a couple. And it will just happen. Without fail. I'm still convinced that a large part of Dogecoin was just that. Now, Dogecoin, though, the surge that everyone's probably thinking of right now when I say that, is the surge that happened more recently. That was like trying to bring back the Dogecoin magic. I'm talking about like when Dogecoin first came out. That was a whole different phenomenon. Yeah, only advice I think I'd give on crypto is, unless you are just perfectly willing to throw away all of that money, don't do it. Oh, these are goblets. Gross. Off-field healer could maybe utilize that. Then again, we're kind of due for a non-HP based healer. Actually, when was our last healer? Was our last healer Shalonen? Interesting question. I think I'll take a minute once we finish dailies. I just want to look up the release history for characters. I think we haven't had a new healer since Shalona. And she's definitely a lot more than just a healer. Sands, energy recharge, but this is on field DPS set. Definitely don't want to focus energy recharge for a character like that unless it's Raiden Shogun. And garbage. While that loads. Genshin banner. New character release. That one's probably a better source. I am loving the 60 resin condensing. However, it has one major downside. And I almost wonder if this was done intentionally. $200 is not a multiple of 60. So, if you just do condensed resin, you never empty out your resin for the day. Which feels silly. So let's go ahead and burn that 20 right here. Trying to think if I have anything else moderately interesting to contribute about investing. Probably not. I guess the only other thing I'd mention is anytime you're putting money into any investment, do at least some research. Now, like when I say any investment, like if it's a bank, like putting your money in a bank, if it's a 401k, if it's an IRA, whatever it is, by the way, IRA, for those who aren't familiar, I believe that's individual retirement account. Then there's a Roth IRA, I think. Just do your research on like what happens to your money, where it's going, and possibly most importantly, what are the tax implications? Always understand the taxes when it comes to your money. And if you don't understand the taxes and what you're going to be paying and when you're going to be paying taxes, you need to do more research. Is it a pain? Yes. Is it worth knowing? 1,000,000%. That's not what I want. There we go.
Thank you for
Okay. Oh no! I will have to do that off stream. So, when did we last get a healer? Or a shielder, for that matter. Oh, well that actually answers the question really fast, because Dolly is a shielder. Is Aina... Oh, and Enef is a shielder. What am I saying? Pretty sure Dolly is a shielder, right? Or do any of these have healing or shielding capabilities? I know so little about these characters. Let's see. Throw music after 4, dealing hydro and dragging along. The dragging stops. Hydro damage. Cold version behaves differently. Aiming mode. It's damage. Okay. Not shielding. Okay. Oh. That's what I was wondering. That one's also just damage. So Aino is not healing you and not shielding you. Got it. Dahlia, what do you do? Build damage and shielding. Okay. But not a healer. Damage, damage, damage. Damage stuff. And damage, not a healer. Dirk, definitely not a healer. Aoife, technically speaking, Aoife's a healer, but not really. Like, I tried to pump enough stats to make Aoife a decent, even a half-decent healer, and it no. Escoffier has healing. Okay, so it actually hasn't been that long since we got a healer. Her main function is definitely not healing, but she is for sure a healer. Alright. Then it wouldn't be surprising if we go another several versions without a new healer. But then again, we're in a new region, new mechanics. Maybe it does make sense to get a new healer soon. Maybe we'll get some new sort of like lunar reaction that the elemental reaction itself causes healing. Sort of like the opposite of bloom reactions. For those who don't play, bloom is when you have hydro meet dendro. produces these little bulbs on the ground called dendrocores, and either after a certain amount of time, or if they're hit by certain elements, or if there's just too many on the ground, they will start detonating, and they will damage your own party members. In the latest version, they reduce the amount of self-damage those do, which is very good because every time I tried to make a Dendro team, unless I put like a dedicated healer, they just kept blowing themselves up and the team dies and I lose. Very sad. Good damage, but just also good damage to yourself. Yee! All right. Don't tell me that completely and totally fixed the problem. Oh my god. What? So I'm pretty sure I want discrete, nearest loop, or clamp the loop interpolation. I'm pretty sure that's what I want. I don't care for the fact that I need to worry about this speed scale. That is the one messy side of doing this with, like, a two-tiered animation player approach. Yep, not loving that. What? So it just broke again? It's still doing it. Okay, never mind. That doesn't actually fix it. I don't know what's going on there, but I'm done trying to make this work. Unless there's something here that I'm just missing. Yeah, there's nothing here. I am slightly curious. This will be the last test, and then I delete that animation player. Is, at least in theory, there's no way it should be doing that. Especially if I do that. There's no No way that should be happening. But it is. Huh? Oh no, it is happening. Yep. So dumb! So dumb. Okay. I need some sort of data structure to represent this. I need what information? I need turn. Do this with text. So I've got turn right frames. In theory, I have turn left frames. And each of these each of these are definitely arrays. And at base level, they're frame coordinates. But I can probably reduce the amount of hard-coded values. So is there a way I can store just X frames? Probably a way to do this. So if I'm storing just the X frames, I need a way of communicating the Y frames. Okay. And that probably gonna come from something like animation name. And the only data structure that kinda makes sense for this is but probably something like a dictionary. Does that work? How do you like my visual pseudocode here? Does that give me everything I need? That's not going to be the most efficient way to store this. Because, in theory, I want a many-to-many relationship. Any more real estate here? Because, especially for, let's say, the bow, attack 1, 2, 3, those all have the same shoulder rotation frames. So, I need some sort of table-like structure where I have things like animation 1, animation 2, mapped to some set of just as an example, there's 4 random frames. I think I want to build something that sort of generates the lookup itself in some kind of reasonable way. So this is what I want to store in code. But this can then generate a different data structure that duplicates these values. So yeah, by doing it this way, it will make the lookups more efficient. So this is just a dictionary. And all of these are going to be just essentially hard-coded magic numbers. That's ugly, but there's no really good way to handle that. Oh, wait. This data structure is actually insufficient for right and left rotation. I need this kind of data structure. Here, here, here. Which of course translates to over here as well. How do... Man, this whole thing is meant to be stored in an animation player, so it's intensely frustrating that this didn't just work. Oh yeah. Because it's a lot of data to just be hard coding in a file. Yeah, it's also... Good heavens. Because the added annoyance in storing this is, what if I want to apply this to something other than the shoulders? This is a way more complex data structure than I was hoping for. Where do I insert the concept of the layer it applies to? Really not sure. Okay, let's try this again. Because now I have more data I need to consider. Okay, so what are all of my elements that need to be got animation name. Awesome. We've got layer to rotate. We've got hello? Frame when to rotate on. Does that give me everything? So within a given animation, and this is arbitrary of rotation, keep that in mind. Do I need anything else? Got animation, so attack 1, attack 2, etc. Layer to rotate. Is there a possibility of animations where I rotate one layer one way, another layer another way? Oh, and I guess rotation direction also factor here. And this is all many to many, many to many. Ugh. That is ugly. Okay, so I have let's start simple. So this will be animations 1, 2, 3. We're not going to allow these to group in this breakdown of the problem. Okay. Layer to rotate. As an arbitrary example, this animation and this could repeat. That's fine. These are definitely arrays of something. The specifics on this one don't really matter. And here we have right, left, say left. This is gross. So the final thing that I care about is, like, the thing that's actually going to drive changes is this piece paired with this piece. And a separate component called direction that isn't going to be stored in this. But this data structure, as it's displayed right now, it has a few limitations. I don't have a way of having different layers rotate in different ways. I also don't have a way of saying different frames rotate in different ways. Is it possible to generate a structure that can do that? So if I treat this like a database, how does this work? What if I swap? So, in theory, what I could do is say, okay, I have this animation, so I've got dictionary here, and then maybe I have inside that a dictionary. Oh, I need to actually swap them. Hear what I'm describing. Okay, so... Alright, that was awful. Dictionary. Dictionary. Okay. Then this... What is my data structure? Ooh. what if instead of storing rotation direction as a variable like this, I have instead that'll actually layer rotate left and layer rotate right. I do that. Is that enough? So this thing is definitely an array. Okay. This is an array. Then this whole thing what is this data structure? I mean, really it's a tuple. But I guess it would just be a 2-element array. Is that sufficient? So I get into my function. I look up the animation. I look up the frame we're on. Then I just iterate through both of these to rotate. Man. Why couldn't the animation player just work? Ah! And there are ways to potentially simplify parts of this. Because this is the data structure that I want to actually compute with, but that doesn't mean that's what I have to hard code. For example, one modification I can make to this for how I hard code this is instead of having this over here, I could tack on this. So I could have a set of animations where I have this lookup, and then in my ready function, I expand this out into this structure up here. And one way this is absolutely going to happen anyway is this, the final data structure here, I want to have the animation names also include the rotation. So instead of having to do any sort of string parsing each frame, I just say, okay, it's this animation, look up this row in our lookup. And so these things will be duplicated 8 times in memory, but I think that's fine. Because I don't think there's any sort of lookup structure that allows something like a wildcard. At least not in GDScript. God, this is ugly. Let me get this translated into some text-based pseudocode so I can copy that over and have that as reference while I'm looking at that. As ugly as this is, I don't think I have a better option. Not to mention I already have all of that. This is nasty. And that's no longer being used, is it? That. all of that's about to become scary too. Alright. Press model rotation DB. Is something. Static var. Call this layer rotation. I kind of want to treat this like a proper scripting language, but that's not how this is going to work. Because the scene structure, yeah, it doesn't work that way. Because this is static, I only need this to run once. If not, here be. My naming is just falling apart here, though, because this data structure has so much information in it. If not that... we're just going to call it rotation D. Since the naming is falling apart anyway, it's fine. First, make it a dictionary. Now I need to actually populate this thing. Don't like compressed. Let's call it flat. But it's literally not flat. It's the opposite of flat. So I have some list of animations. I have some list of frames on those animations. I have layer left, and I have layer right. Maybe I can literally just make it a list. Yeah, maybe this doesn't need to be a dictionary at all. Is there a... Okay, that's at least not erroring now. Makes me a little happier. This actually needs to be a list as well. That's gross. I don't like that. Visually, I'm going to represent this kind of like an XML file. That should be the easiest way to read this. Sure. Can I... No, I cannot. Oh, wait. I can at least do this. Hello. Of course, now I've got a whole bunch of hard-coded nonsense here. Ugh. I'll come up with a way to protect it. At least a little bit. Yeah, this might be all of stream. Maintain start and maintain end. Use these same frames. Yeah, if I were making something more reusable, I would not use this data structure. I would create my own custom data structure for this. Because what you'd really want here is some type of data structure here that is a new class that takes in an array of strings. It has a separate field for an array of frames and like separate fields for all this stuff. So you guarantee having consistent structure. But what I'm going to do instead is in my initialization, I'm going to put some verifications of the data structure and throw errors if any of that is violated. It's a bit messy, but it should work. That. Okay, so I have a pseudo XML structure here now. Awesome. Not to mention, by having a custom data structure, you could enforce typing, because these are not going to be strings. These are going to be nodes. Oh. Oh dear. Oh dear. I'm not sure this is gonna work because I'm not sure that's valid. Right here. This is okay. Open, open, open. Close, open, close, 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 close. I'm confused. Equalizer expression for constant. Okay, like that. Oop. That's not the problem. I miss a comma somewhere. Seem like. Start here. Does this work? No. I think it worked. Why is this wrong? Oh. There's a problem somewhere else causing this then. What the heck is going on? Oh, is it that? Oh my god. Very weird how that showed up, but... Oh, that's dumb. And on ready doesn't work with statics. Of course not. Okay. That's fine. Now, which frames do I care about rotating? Grab that. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1 through 6. Oh, great. So static can't have on ready. So I can't actually put the nodes in here while this is a constant, or even if I make it a static. Godot, how to store node path as static. Child node, child object parameter to your static method. Oh. This is gonna be gross. Blech. Where's that variable? I know you're here somewhere. Did I remove it? Maybe. Nope. Right there. And it seems perfectly happy with that. Okay, on those frames it rotates right. Did I go? No. And I should also do some testing on the performance of this. Because if this adds, like... If this adds, I don't know, like, a full second to... loading up this scene, then I need to reconsider it. How do I initialize this bad boy? first outermost thing is it is a dictionary. I'll make sure I've got my syntax right. Good. That works. Now, for animation or rotation entry in this bad boy. So many magic numbers. Okay, so I have all of my data out of that thing. I guess because I'm checking hard-coded indices here, that kind of validates the data structure, sort of. Oh, there is for full. Partial animation. if are on underscore allow empty to, I guess, max split 1. If that in the names, actually, if not in that menu. Then now we do have a name match. Great. There's probably a more efficient way. There is. Yeah, there's a lot better way to do this. What I was about to do is start creating the database entries here. But that's wrong. What I want to do is create a list of animation names first. For full animation name, actually, because I do need part of that condition still. If it is in that, then dot append full animation name. Awesome. Okay. R 2db entry is what? So have two tiers of this lookup. First, there is the major entry. Then there is the entries inside of that. Or X frame in frames. X frame D. I don't need to declare it quite this way. Wait a second. Why didn't... Think about something. Let me test something really quick. Instead of that, what if instead I try to just drive this directly? What was the problem with that? The nearest. That's gonna be right rotation up until that frame. Honestly, it could stay right the whole time. What happens? Part of the issue is the reversibility of it. But since I'm hard coding all that anyway, okay, don't hate what I just saw. This is better. This is a better solution. It's still gross, don't get me wrong. It's still very gross. Because this is essentially just doing what I'm doing here, but putting it in the same animation player. So let me just make sure I'm copying this exactly over here. Because it just seems fishy still. It's just silly. I won't actually see it, that animation delay. Shouldn't be a factor. Is there another thing I can... I can't separate the X and the Y here. Yeah, I know I'm back on the drawing board of trying to get this to work. But the whole, like, database thing, like, as I've started to work on the initialization, it's garbage. Will it work? Yes. Is it a reasonable approach? Probably not. And I don't think we're getting to that shader fun today. Let me go ahead and axe art. Because I'm just executive decision, this is garbage. And I should not be trying to do this way. Like, there's enough hard-coded stuff there that I'm better off just adding this data into every single animation where it's necessary. Oh no. Something just occurred to me. This now goes in every single animation, doesn't it? Because I need somewhere to reset the rotation to none. Like, even if I get this working exactly the way I want it to, I still have the problem of things like attack maintain start changes the rotation but never resets it. There's some interruption. So at the very least, I do need something like on animation changed, reset rotations to none. Question is, does the first frame update happen, or frame data update from the animation player happen before or after that method executes? So, just in case I've made a terrible error, go ahead and bring that back for just a second. I'll comment that out so it doesn't actually run. I have a fear that that awful solution may end up being necessary. I do find it very silly that you can't add independent X and Y coordinates into this frame data. It seems very silly to me. Is there a different node type that can help me accomplish what I'm trying to do? I kind of need to learn what animation does. Look that up again. Animation Player Godot has one of the most flexible animation systems that you can find in any game engine. That's probably true. It is pretty much unique in its ability to animate almost any property in resource. And its dedicated transform Bezier function calling of animation tracks. I see something. Go sub animation. Interpolation. Run into a number of issues that I have figured out and fixed. All that I play my anime. Add that when I restart the editor, tracks are no longer set. This 9 months. Comment. So old thread. There's a comment with 2 ideas. One which involves creating a timer node, and oh my god. Basically had to do the exact thing with having other nightmare. That's insane. LTF. 3D interpolation bugged. Import the model into Godot 3. The animation not loops. Ooh, this might be related. Ran into an issue recently in 4.2.1 where the animation player doesn't seem to interpolate the value of a shader parameter frames. Probably not same issue. Got a new key. Does Godot allow you to run events through the animation tracker? So you could run an event there as well. Not sure what you mean by event. You can indeed call methods from AnimationPlayer. However, it would still not let interpolation happen automatically. The method would only be called once when the program happens. So, bro got no answer. Animation interpolation type getting overridden. So, sub-animation. Go ahead and put quotes around that because I don't think I'm actually... Yeah, that's what I thought. As far as I know, you can create sub-animation state machines. Things more manageable, but examples. Oh God. My brain every time I try using these noodle graph tools. Agreed. That's why visual programming is unusable. In fairly complex project, it's just unusable. Okay, that's not an explanation. Same goes for Godot State Machine. Cool when you have like 5 connections. But for complex stuff with 20 plus elements and connections to interpolate, it's a mess that you do not want to touch again ever. process do you recommend? Just do your state machining code. Animation node will execute a sub-animation return. Oh, this is for a animation node blend tree. Never mind. Oh yeah, there were other problems with the animation tree as well as a concept. I forgot about that. What's another way I can describe this that people might have described the same way? I'm gonna do something. Let's just take a detour. And I want to just make a whole new scene. Test. Make a folder here. We're gonna call this garbage testing. Great news scene. 2D scene. Test sub animation. Add animation player. Awesome. Second animation player. Okay. And let's go ahead and add a color rectangle. Maybe that makes sense to someone? Maybe. Anyway. In any case, this will let me test this by just changing rotation. I make it loop, what happens? Okay, that does exactly what I would expect. Okay, now let's add playback of they're not equivalent. That's absolutely insane. Wow. That is entirely unintuitive. Okay. Let's... another way to test. Something, maybe. Add label. Okay. Beep, boop. Pretty simple. Works exactly like I'd expect. Now... on... Oh my god. I'll be back in a minute, guys. I gotta BRB. Hello, chat. So, this test has convinced me that my understanding of what was happening is entirely incorrect. So, interestingly, this has a bit of a consequence. If I put that there, so for reference, what I'm now worried about, let me backtrack and explain what's going on. So when I select this animation, because that frame is being hit, this animation is being played regardless. And it's not lining up to this frame data. Like, the way I would expect this to work is this animation effectively gets inserted here. That's not what's happening. Instead, there is, I think, at any point here, it just plays the animation from the start. That's at least partially incorrect. And one thing that I'm not entirely sure of if I put that here, what? I really don't understand this. So based on my understanding, this should have caused it to... Okay. Yeah, it's doing what I expect. So regardless of what this animation player does, the moment this timestamp is hit, that animation is playing. Unless I specifically stop animations. And so there's no way to sync these up. Brah. Blech. That answers my question, though. That completely and totally answers that question. This whole approach just does not work. And can never work. Good to know. Good to know. And my understanding of how it worked was very wrong. There's definitely something still going on there based on interpolation that is weird. Yeah, I'm not sure. But in any case, this does not work the way I need it to. How am I doing this? Am I putting it all in the animation data again? I shouldn't say all of it, but am I putting this piece in the animation? I really hate the fact that this means I'm going to need to put that in every single animation. I need to test something. Can I test this in isolation with the garbage test? Probably. Attach script. Fine. Alright. So this guy goes away. Fine. Not emitted when play. Might be able to test this more directly with something like play test. Do that. Export bar test num to Z. Ooh. And want better for this. Value what I want. And for that to work, I'm go ahead and what was I doing? I don't remember. I should probably save whatever it was. That's not working. Sure. What's going on there? Huh. That's weird. Why isn't that actually... I mean, there's another way to get it to work, but... File node, timer, timeout. So what am I trying to prove to myself right now? Let me go back to that. What am I actually testing? Right. I'm trying to work my way to the point of not having to store reset data in every single animation. That's the goal here. Timer's not working here. Maybe I need... Alright, call functions don't work here. One more reload I think should get it running. Oh. Yes. Good. The reason it's not consistently looping is there's a race condition happening, which is fine. Absolutely okay with that right now. Now, let's take this down to 0.5. Try that again. And then I can just move the data points around to test different things. That's Interesting. Huh. Maybe I can get this to do what I want it to do by slowing this down. But if you play an animation... Hmm. That's what I want. Test 2 is not even doing it. Oh, it's consolidating those. Right now, it's just printing 0 over and over and over. That's kind of doing what I expect. Okay, getting 2 -5s there makes perfect sense. What do I want to do in process? Dual frame data. We'll need to reload for that to work in the editor. Well, there's my answer. Specifically, what I did not want to have show up is the -5 with new frame data. Arr. Is there an alternative to this that I can use? Maybe this one? -10 is also showing now. I need one of these that doesn't show up. Because that's where I can put the reset in. What if whenever using play, I seek to a position? I think I want that true. Update is true. The animation updates too. Difference between the current frame and seconds are. Only the method audio playback tracks will not be processed. Not entirely sure why you'd want that, but okay. Okay. By doing that, but I can't just hard code a seek to 0. Got the behavior I wanted, but at what cost? Check. Move that. Oh yeah. Yeah. So I now have kind of the behavior I want. Dude, why can't this just be simple? Why couldn't the nested animation player just work the way it intuitively should? And in some ways it does. So, for example, when I was doing this, what's weird is Seek seems to work the way you'd expect. Right? Like when I seek to a coordinate, or to a time, it updates the way I'm expecting it to. Like it's updating to whatever the value inside this animation is at that time. But when the animation is playing, it's a fire and forget kind of thing. I still need to figure out this resetting thing, so I don't have to store that in every single animation. Especially if I get to the point of needing to rotate. Bye, Godot. You know what? I think that's a sign. I think that's a sign to let this go for the day. What? I want to be able to say I've made some tangible progress. I mean, I guess today's progress is testing edge cases of AnimationPlayers. Like, I now have a much better understanding of exactly when different operations happen. And it's worth noting that the on animation changed events, like the order of operations is the on animation change hits, then we get a frame update in process, then the frame 0 data gets played from the animation. And I think it's probably a toss-up in what order that happens. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I just had an idea. And maybe a really, really good idea, maybe a bad idea. I don't know yet. But I need to get rid of that timer because that's what almost certainly caused that crash. I'm almost positive I know how to make this work. You... That should not have caused a crash. Leave it alone for now. Instead of seek, what else do I have access to? That's not right. How do I get the current time? I do that elsewhere, don't I? Yes, I do. I do that in enemy base. Get current animation. Of course, they call it position. Ah. Oh. Or get rid of that. Do that. If I... Okay, the -10 plays there. What about... current animation? That dot seek to itself update true. So this should force an update. That -10 should stop happening. But But I just got it good! What? Huh? How... How does that make any sense? What if I add a tiny quantity? That change the behavior? No. Also... Oh no, that's correct. Ooh. At a senior moment there. That begs the question, though. Why did that work? And one other thing real quick. Okay, that worked like I expected it to. I feel like this should have done what I wanted it to. Now this printout here is specifically the problem. I'm starting to think my only answer is to put that reset in every single animation. I'm not really seeing an alternative. Maybe this logic could work elsewhere? Like... And if I take this step out, the -5 comes back. Yes. Excuse me. The animation isn't changing. Oh. Is that okay, though? Nope, it's not okay. Because if I play an animation over itself, like immediately on animation end, I play the same animation, which theoretically could happen, I don't get the reset. In which case, the final frame value is going to exist for one frame at the beginning of the animation. There just has to be a way to do this, though, right? I don't think there is. And I've spent too much time on this already. Alright. Goodbye, sweet prince. What frames did I want for that? 1 through 6. That makes sense, actually. That, and then finally pack maintained. Ugly. Then die down needs this. idle down needs the same. And victory down. Excuse me? Excuse me. I take issue with this. I think this should be safe. This is actually an argument to just not have this in the not have this be used at all. May not. I can propagate that most easily using text editor. Oh. Oh, I see. See if that works. Good. This animation, that shoulder could be left in front the whole time. I could actually see this going either way. The right shoulder might be a better candidate for what I'm looking for right now. Am I trying to solve a problem that doesn't need solving? I think I might be. I might be trying to solve something I don't need to solve. First off, get rid of that. There's some animation where I saw this issue pop up, though. What? Where was it? That doesn't look right. The new version has that fixed. We'll find out tomorrow on that one. I'm beginning to think that this is just not a problem that I need to solve. This dynamic rotation thing. But the wildest animation I've got is probably the two-handed weapon swing. And I know I plan on changing that animation. But take a look at it real quick. Because if I don't even need it for this, then I don't need this feature for any of the anime. And I've essentially wasted like 3 days trying to solve a non-problem. So I'm kind of hoping it is a problem, but also hoping it's not. You know what I mean? All right. Give me some clothing. Thank you. Now. So the furthest back is that. And from this angle, that is definitely behind. And there it's in front. There we go. That's my answer. This feature is required. Good to know. It's probably not that necessary for bow. But I'm gonna go ahead and implement it. As ugly and messy as that is. Load. Down. Left. Oh, right, that got rid of. Deleting the auxiliary animation player got rid of those tracks. That's why I don't have to delete them now. The fact that I'm having to duplicate all of this, though, is nonsense. Because having a sub-animation should just work. And it's very silly that it doesn't. That's down. Got it. Start. Hey. Die has the reset track. Three. Or another way to do it. Not a way that's worth it. I just had an idea for how to load this all programmatically. So keep the auxiliary animation player and take the animations from it and plug those tracks into these animations at runtime. Could be an interesting approach. However, it's not worth the effort. Victory down. Already done. Discard. Make sure all of these are correct. All this effort to avoid hard coding this stuff, and it just ended up hard coded. Blah. Looks connected, but look good. But I have dramatically simplified these, so I'm happy with that at least. Yep, something to be careful of, guys. If you have a character that's going to be able to change animations, this is part of what's added all the complexity here, or I shouldn't say all of it, but a lot of complexity here, is the fact that I could leave an animation from any frame means that I need to protect my data somehow. That's why I need this track on every single animation. Otherwise, if I've modified this rotation somewhere, when I get to when I jump from it at an arbitrary frame and end up at this animation, it won't reset that rotation. That's the problem. But I am at least slightly relieved that the testing today proved that I do actually need a lot of this stuff. And it hasn't been a total waste of time. And I learned a whole bunch as well. Let's see. I think that's good. Good for the day. What is the plan for tomorrow? I want to make sure I've got an idea of what's happening. I think tomorrow is going to be making sure I have all of the sprite stuff refreshed. Because all of this is still using old sprite data. Or old sprite files. I want to get the new stuff in here because it's possible that still has problems I'm unaware of. It shouldn't. But yeah, tomorrow can be a combination of getting those files over and maybe some rendering if it's necessary. I don't think too much rendering should be necessary because I rendered a whole bunch of this stuff already. What else to consider? What else? And yeah, I want to, assuming that doesn't go horribly like today did, in terms of not getting the results I was hoping for, but tomorrow should be smoother. But assuming it is smoother, I want to take some time to do something more fun than this layering nonsense. I shouldn't call it nonsense. It's a novel technology that hasn't been accomplished this way with 2D sprites, so I need to make sure to not disrespect my own work that way, but I'm really tired of it. So, the plan, assuming nothing else explodes, tomorrow is to finally work on just a fun shader, which could be pretty cool. So, to finish off stream, let's pull up the new stream game I have planned for us. Because Rogue Legacy it's not the game I remembered. Like, I was much more hyped about that game in the past. And it's also way too GPU intensive for rendering days. So it falls flat in a few different ways. It's still a good filler game, but like if I don't have any other ideas of what to do on breaks, I know it's there as a backup. But this game, I want to share because we did do Salt and Sanctuary on stream, and I think that game is absolutely fantastic. This is, I think it's technically a prequel in terms of the lore. But this is Salt and Sacrifice. Same basic combat system. Ooh, come on. There we go. Same basic systems, However, instead of a big Metroidvania world, we have stages. And this game is probably best thought of as Monster Hunter. What kind of class are we going to start with? Sage, Ranger, Paladin. Ooh, I might try Paladin. Let's actually hear music proper. Ooh. Paladin could be fun. High Blade, what is that exactly? High Blade is, I guess, samurai-esque. Duelist. Probably a dex fighter. Dexterity fighter. Fighter is almost certainly going to be a strength fighter. Cleric. How does cleric actually work in this game? So when I play offline, or I should say off stream, my main character is a sage. So, like, I know how that plays. How does cleric work in this game, though? Because in the previous game, cleric was all about holy spells and incantations, and incantations don't exist in this game. Because all of your abilities are tied to weapon. Maybe I'll try cleric just because I don't know how that's going to play. Like, fighter, I know how that's going to play. Duelist, I know how that's going to play. High Blade, same thing. Paladin. Can I see what these do? No, of course not. Arrgh. So I don't think cleric. Let's look it up. I don't want to go into this completely blind. Salt and sacrifice. Talk to me, Fextra Life. So, what does it mean to start playing at cleric? This is final and will determine your starting equipment. Later, customize your character by selecting skills on this tree of skill as you level up. I am aware. So main stat is conviction. Next highest is resolve. What are those? That's a description. Conviction improves attack of conviction scaled weapons. Thanks. That's so helpful. So what do conviction scaling weapons typically have? Okay. So they come with divine stuffs. Got it. I kind of like the idea of picking up thematically what was our character in the sequel. What are you? Thrown weapon scales on conviction. So we were like an archer paladin in the last game. I think I want to do that same thing. Obviously, the starting equipment here is not great for an archer paladin. Prime. Oh, and of course you don't actually let me see what those items are. They're probably not important, right? They're probably important. Hold up. Hold up! This is one thing that I think is awful with the advent of the internet, is the fact that developers feel like it's okay to expect you to depend on things like a wiki. That irks me. Like, not letting me see what the items I'm selecting are, or even a flavor text description. I get nothing. I just get an image. So, like, forgery. What does that do? I have no idea. And in days gone by, before having a wiki for literally everything, we would be complaining about this endlessly from these developers. And particularly in the Souls genre, people are often defended as being a creative and artistic way of having the player discover the world. Guys, in this case, this isn't me having a mystery to discover. This is literally, I could just create the character, look at what the item does in the menu after I create the character, and then if I don't like the item, go recreate my character. That's dumb. Putting stuff like that in your game, that the most immediate practical solution is just to have a tedious task to circumvent the hidden information, that's not good design. So, what was Resolve? Resolve is your focus game. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Character creation. Rhymes. Well, thank you. Oh, good. Good, we get a description here. Oh, God. Dagger increases maximum stamina. That stacks with charms. That's probably one of the best ones. Sure. Causes creatures to turn on hostile invaders. Phlogiston Decoction. 3 charges of potent offensive potion that can be thrown at targets at distance exploding on impact. Well, that is 3 uses and it's gone. Forget that. Forged D can be exchanged for a large bag of silver when talking to blah blah blah. In order to be able to do the trade, you need to have defeated somebody. After that, go to the NPC. Okay, that's kind of boring. Shrine Tablet. The exchange for Dawnlight Token. Okay, that's a multiplayer thing up. Wooden Doll can be exchanged for Gray Starstone. What this do? Is that a skill point? Levels, you be granted a Gray Starstone. Oh, that's used for unlearning. Don't really care. Bag of silver, don't care. Signet ring. or gray starstone. Nope. Signal lantern be exchanged for 5 gray starstones. And talking with Merchant Rory. In order to trade, you need to add whatever. I don't really care about the starstones. I'm assuming Dawnlight tokens are a currency that lets me trade for stuff. Used to buy special items from Sunlight Knight Beatrice. Well, that sounds relevant to a paladin. Awesome. Heresy it is. Love that. The real difference between men and women is eyeshadow. That's the only difference between men and women. There we go. Done. Ancestry. I don't like any of these. That one's that's a look. All right, that is definitely a look. Like a demon orc. All right, so wood. That one's not too bad. Oh, wood. I don't know what that means, but sure. Boop-a-doop. What color eyes is our paladin gonna have? I'm probably gonna be putting a helmet on this guy as fast as possible so I won't see any of this anyway, but if the eyes are visible, I like striking eyes, and the most striking colors here are green and blue. What about green-eyed redhead? I haven't done that look in a long time. Hair color. Wait. There's no red hair? What is this game? Are you serious? Okay. Hair is probably the one to go with. Actually, what kind of hair do we get with female? Hair. No different hairstyle? Come on. All right. Hair color. Mocha isn't bad. Saddle. Light beige. And these are very dull colors. I guess we'll go with saddle. Ooh. Oh yes. Majestic facial hair. Absolutely. I'm a little curious though. If I put on facial hair, switch to feminine. Oh yes. We get to keep the facial hair. That's awesome. Sadly, I cannot make the character shorter. Otherwise, I would absolutely roll a female dwarf right now. Yep, bushy. Whisker color. Well, obviously that's gonna match the rest of our hair. Awesome. There is Dum Dum. Striking fear in the hearts of somebody. I am condemned! Will. Move on. This is not a game about lore and understanding things. Thank the gods! You're stirring. Well marked, but stirring. So, the Mage Bane, right, succeeded. But Lael herself must have been watching over you when you encountered that beast in the woods. It was pure luck that Stablehand Bren was nearby. You were in death's doorstep. Here, take this hearth and flask. Thank you. I don't want to know about anything. Basically, mages are taking over the place and doing bad stuff. And so they brought me from, like, I think this world's version of hell. By Terranen's hands, you're awake! I'm Warpsmith Zakiel. But you can call me Zach. I will. Yo. Craft equipment. Ants equipment. Ooh. Put on that. Oh. Oh dear. We don't look very healthy right now. You are Dum Dum, I trust. I am. I am Champion Hera! And I'm not doing that voice ever again. So sorry, guys. So honestly, the mouth animations match what I was doing there way too well. Speak to somebody. Oh. Upgrade hunter tools. Oh. I'm not cool enough to go in there yet. What it is? Such a delicate tapping of that. Create a passkey to match with property. Oh, that's neat. Are you ready to enter the mirror gate? Not yet. I want to explore a little more. Well, thank you. See what's around first. Ooh, I start with wall jump in this game. Interesting. Okay, not cool enough for any of this yet. I pet the deer cat. Not be drinking that. Aww. That's a nice touch. You want to make your players happy, let them pet the animals. It's a very easy win. Oop. Cool. Let's go on our first excursion. That sounds fun. Away we go! Abandon? Amazing approach and ammunition ambush amazing ahead, afraid. Ow. The dodging is significantly slower in this game. Totally planned. That would have been very evil to put a mimic this early. Bronze Snuffer. Oh, I messed that up. Oh, buddy, calm yourself. There are 3 hearts of name mages to proceed. That... No! There we go. Oh, wait, I have spells or something. What is... Yeah. Really help if I looked at what my equipment does. I have no idea what this is doing. What does Bronze Snuffer do? Cancels any active action. Probably a multiplayer thing. Whoa. Okay, I'm gonna try to get back there faster this time. And this will be the last attempt. Bye. Up. Okay, how do I deal with this guy? Poorly. That's how. Oh. Okay, how do I block? That's how I block. Okay, that... Oh, that's not the right button. Oh. Holy cow. Okay, maybe I'm not ready for that guy. Clearly. But that will do it for today. Very fitting. Start a new game, immediately run it. Something that just whoops me completely. Alright, so what happened today? Did a whole bunch of testing around AnimationPlayers because there's some finer points about the order of operations I didn't understand before. But I do now. And what this means in short is there's certain data I should not be updating on things like animation finished, because that does certain bad things. For example, I would not want to do something like update frame data in this function. But things like using animation finish to queue up the next animation, that's fine. That works great. So, things have been learned. Got, I think, all the animation data ironed out. Tomorrow we'll put the new assets in, make sure it looks pretty, and Bo will ship. Maybe. Maybe. And we can finally move on to the next stance, which, at least in theory, should be so much faster and easier. Anywho, that, friends, is going to do it for today. So, thank you all so much for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. If you did, please give the video a share. Maybe you know someone that wants to learn game dev along with us. And an extra special thank you to my supporters over on Ko-fi. Thank you so much. And above all, everyone, you'll have an awesome day. Take care, everyone.